of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 59th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led in prayer by a distinguished colleague from the great province of Cavite, no other than Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr.
In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Father God, in 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 10, it is written, I appeal to you, brothers and sisters, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that all of you agree with one another in what you say, and that there be no divisions among you, but that you be perfectly united in one mind and thought. Panginoon, kami ay naninikluhod sa inyo at nagsusumamong haplusin ng puso ng bawat isa upang ang laging manaig ay ang iyong kalooban. Palitan mo po ng kalma ang anumang pag-aalinlangan. Ang inyong salita ang nagsabi sa amin, sapagkat kung saan may 2 o 3 nagtitipon dahil sa akin, kasama nila ako. Nawa po ay lagi kayong mamahay sa amin at nang ang lahat ng puot na bunga na di pagkakaunawaan ay matakpan ng kapayapaan at pagkakaisa upang mas tapat na mapakinabangan na manilbihan sa ating bayan. Diyos Ama, mamagitan po kayo sa anumang lamat upang mapawi ang sigalot at salungatan na siya namang tanikalang humahadlang sa pagsasakatuparan ng iyong mga sagradong plano para sa aming bayan. Nananalig po kami na kung ang anuman ang ulap na pumipinsala ay malulusaw sa iyong kapangyarihan. Panginoon, ipaalala niyo po na tao ang nagluklok sa amin at ang pagsulong ng interes ng taong bayan ang mananatiling dahilan kung bakit kami naririto. Higit sa kung ano paman. Gabayan niyo po kami, ang bawat isa, upang may sakatuparan ang aming tungkuling sinumpaan. Sa kabila ng lahat, ang inyong pong haplos ang nag-iisang gamot upang maghilom ang anumang lalim ng sugat. Hayaan niyo pong maging aral ang hapde ng galos sa halip na maging mitsa ng pagkakawatak-watak. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 senators, the chair declares the presence of a quorum.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
President, Mr. President, we are honored to have in our session hall today a delegation of members of the Parliament from the state great Ural, of Mongolia, led by the Honorable Ganzo Rig Temulen, Chairman of the Standing Committee on Budget and President of the Mongolia-Philippines Parliamentary Group. He is joined, Mr. President, by the Honorable Jigjid Batjargal, Chairman of the Standing Committee on Environment, Food and Agriculture, the Honorable Bukchu Luun Purev Dorj, Member of the Standing Committee on Budget, the Honorable Chen Sandag Ochir, Member of the Standing Committee on Budget. They are visiting our country, the Philippines, to study our country's own fiscal and taxation policies and the system. Accompanying the delegation is our non-resident ambassador to Mongolia, the Honorable Jaime A. Flor Cruz, who also serves as our ambassador to China. We warmly welcome all of you in this August chamber in
We
the Senate of
also-
the Philippines.
I believe also with them is Assistant Secretary Eileen Mendiola Rao, the DFA Office of Asia Pacific Affairs. She was one of our key leaders that helped us in the APPF, Asia Pacific Parliamentary Forum. First of all, I would like to welcome the delegation of the distinguished members of the Parliament of the State Great Hural or Parliament of Mongolia. This is a historic day. It is the first time that the Philippine Senate has received the delegation from the great country of Mongolia. We take this opportunity to highlight that this year, 2024, we are celebrating 51 years of diplomatic relations with Mongolia. As responsible and peaceful members of the Asia Pacific region, both our countries are united in our commitment to rules-based international order in our common goal of increasing the standards of living for our countrymen. I heard today that they have 3.5 million countrymen in Mongolia, a far cry from us here in the Philippines. So maybe we should learn from them as well on their best practices. We appreciate your delegation's interest to learn from our own experience in developing a just and progressive taxation system and providing the necessary legislative oversight. We hope that your visit today will mark the beginning of a more robust interparliamentary dialogue and exchanges between our two countries. From all of us in the Senate of the Philippines, we wholeheartedly say to you, welcome to the Philippine Senate, welcome to the Philippines, and mabuhay, long live.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move for a minute suspension to invite our distinguished guests from the Mongolian Parliament as well as Ambassador Flor Cruz to join our Senate President at the rostrum. And after that, I also extend an invitation to our colleagues to gather later at the rostrum with our Senate President and visitors from the Mongolian Parliament. So move, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Session is suspended.
President, before we proceed, may we just acknowledge some guests from the gallery. We have with us, Mr. President, guests of this representation and the Senate, former Congressman and Mayor of Zamboanga City, Celso Lobregat, is in the session hall.
We'd like to welcome the former Congressman Celso Lobregat. He's being cornered there by two of our colleagues.
Mr. President, also with us is the Deputy Director General of TESDA and TESDA family, DDG Rose Urdaneta, guest of this representation, guest of Senator Cynthia Villar, Mayor Lovely Reynoso Pontioso of Tayabas City, Quezon, former Deputy Speaker Rani Abu and Barangay Chairpersons of Bawan, Batangas, guest of Senator Ejercito, Mayor Migs Peña of Pulupandan, Negros Occidental, members of the Bangsamoro Parliament, Mr. Basir Uto and Mr. Tawakal Midtimbang, guest of Senator Ligarda, PNP Regional Director Jack Wangki of Region 6, guest of Senator Bato de la Rosa, barangay officials of Barangay 109A, Tacloban, Leyte. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen. Mabuhay po kayo.
Yes, Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2386. This bill pertains to the Real Property Valuation and Assessment Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status is that we are now in the period of individual amendments, and so with the consent of the body, I move that we resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of March 4, 2024 as our working draft. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor. May I ask for a minute
Shall we
suspension, Mr.
suspend for a
President?
minute? Yes, session suspended for.
President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2386. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading. Senate number 2582, an act strengthening the Commission on Human Rights as a national human rights institution and for other purposes, Senator Legarda.
To the Committee on Justice, Human Rights, Civil Service, Ways and Means of Finance.
2583, establishing the Aklan Piña Museum and Cultural Center in the municipality of Calibo, province of Aklan. Its satellite centers defining its purposes and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Legarda.
To the Committee on Culture and Arts and Finance.
2584, establishing the Philippine Blood, Disease, and Transfusion Center, defining its objectives, powers, and functions, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Legarda.
The Committees on Health and Demography, Government Corporations, Ways and Means of Finance.
2585, institutionalizing the Philippine Blood Center and regional blood centers and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Health and Demography, Civil Service, Ways and Means of Finance.
Resolutions. Resolution number 943, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences on the passing of multi-talented Filipina actress Mary Jane Santa Ana Gok, popularly known as Jacqueline Jose, introduced by Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Rules.
944, condemning Australian Senator Janet Rice for her unparliamentary behavior while President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. delivered a speech before the Australian Parliament and urged the Department of Foreign Affairs to declare her as a persona non grata. Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Rules.
945, expressing profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of multi-awarded actress Jacqueline Jose, Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Rules.
946, resolution recognizing the enduring amity and cooperation between the Republic of the Philippines and the Republic of Korea and commemorating the 75th anniversary of their diplomatic relations, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Rules.
947, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the anomaly in the sale of stocks of rice by the National Food Authority, Senator Villar C.
To the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers, Investigations, and Agriculture.
948, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the contributing factors to and the entities responsible for the landslide in the mining village of Masaya to prevent further loss of lives and property and landslide-prone areas in the country. Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Environment and National Defense.
949, extending profound condolences for the passing of multi-awarded actress Jacqueline Hussein and highlighting her exemplary career achievements and contribution to our nation's culture and the arts. Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
950, urging the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an investigation on the reported abandonment of balikbayan boxes sent by overseas Filipino workers to their families. Senator Lapid.
To the Committees on Ways and Means and Migrant Workers.
951, expressing the sense of the Senate to honor the memory of the fallen soldiers who died in the line of duty fighting against the Daula Islamiyah Maute Group, DIMG, in Munay, Lanao del Norte on February 18, 2024, and expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences to their families and loved ones. Senator Lapid.
To the Committees on, Committee on Rules. Please proceed to the additional reference to business.
Additional reference of business, committee reports, Committee Report 212, jointly by the Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, Civil Service, Government Organization, and Professional Regulation, Local Government and Finance, on Senate numbers 2586, with Senators De La Rosa, Estrada, Revilla Jr., Ercito, Angara, and Tolentino as authors. An act providing for the rank classification and organization of key positions in the Bureau of Fire Protection, the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9263, otherwise known as the Bureau of Fire Protection and Bureau of Jail Management and Penology Professionalization Act of 2004, as amended by Republic Act number 9592, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 431, 668, and 1455, sponsor Senator De La Rosa.
To the Committee, a calendar of ordinary business.
Committee Report 213, jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, Ways and Means, and Finance. On Senate number 2587, with Senators Villanueva, Escudero, Gatchalian, Villar C., and Tulfo as authors. An act strengthening the enterprise-based education and training framework and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 363, taking into consideration House number 7400. Sponsor, Senator Villanueva.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 213 on Senate Bill number 2587. This is the bill strengthening the enterprise-based education and training framework. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2587 under Committee Report number 213.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act strengthening the enterprise-based education and training framework and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize our Majority Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, Chairperson of the Subcommittee on Enterprise-Based Education and Training to Employment Act, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, we are honored and privileged to sponsor an initiative that can be a potential game changer in addressing job skills mismatch in our beloved country. Senate Bill number 2587 under Committee Report number 213, entitled An Act Strengthening the Enterprise-Based Education and Training Framework and Appropriating Funds therefore. We thank our good chair, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, for allowing us to be the subcommittee chairperson of this important piece of legislation. Ginoong Pangulo, kasabay po ng ating mga inisyatibo upang lumikha ng dekalidad na trabaho, mahalaga pong matugunan ang problema ng job skills mismatch sa bansa. Ngunit ano po ba ang estado ng job skills mismatch sa ating minamahal na bayan? In a 2022 study in the by the Philippine Institute for Development Studies or PIDS, 39% of the employed individuals are overeducated, while 29% are undereducated. Ano nga po ba ang ibig sabihin nito? Habang maraming mga manggagawa na tumatanggap ng mga trabaho na mas mababa ang job requirements sa kanilang tinapos na kurso o sa kanilang mga kakayanan, marami rin po mga manggagawa na kulang ang kakayahan para maging kwalipikado naman sa pangangailangan ng trabaho. Job skills mismatch contribute to our unemployment and underemployment rate, which is at 4.3% and 12.3% respectively, based on the 2023 preliminary report of the PSA. This persistent underemployment can also be seen in DOLE job fairs. For example, Mr. President, in 2022, out of the 318,549 job seekers who registered during the DOLE job fair, only 16.8% or 53,462 job seekers were hired on the spot. Rapidly evolving demands of the job market will only expand our concern of placing our workers in jobs that are fit to their qualifications. This measure, the Enterprise-Based Education and Training Framework Act, seeks to address this issue by bridging job seekers to potential employers through enterprise-based education and training, or IBET. Ginoong Pangulo, hindi po bago ang konsepto na ito. Base po sa mga datos na ating nakalap at sa karanasan, basta't ginawa ang pagsasanay sa loob ng mga pagawaan o sa loob mismo ng kumpanya, garantisadong akma ang skills sa trabaho. Based on 2020 and 2021 studies on the employment of TechVoc graduates, enterprise-based training modes in company training and learnership have the highest employment rates over other forms of training, ranging from 86.26% to 91.14%. The dual training system also registered a 100% employment rate in 2021. Sa training program din po na isinasagawa ng TESDA at ng SAPI o Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines, halos lahat po ng trainees nila o 97% ay nabigyan ng trabaho. Ang training program naman ng TESDA at ng IT BPM or IT Business Process Management, umabot po sa 70.7% ang agad na nabibigyan ng trabaho. Lagi rin po nating binabanggit at binabahagi ang success story ni Dave Lawrence Pacanza, taga Calamba, Laguna, na naging scholar ng Ampon ni Don Bosco Foundation para sa 10-month automotive mechanics course. Pagkatapos po mag-training sa Don Bosco, napili po siya ng Porsche para sa service mechatronics course sa PGA cars sa Mandaluyong, kung saan po natutunan ni Dave ang Porsche transmission at vehicle electronics involving fiber optics. At dahil nga po sa akmang training sa loob mismo ng Porsche, isa si Dave sa mga nabigyan ng trabaho sa Porsche Center sa Abu Dhabi. Mr. President, sa kabila po ng ganitong mga numero at karanasan, nananatiling mababa ang ating IBET learners at providers. Ilan lamang po sa ating mga nakitang issue sa implementasyon ng IBET ay ang mga sumusunod. Bagamat layunin ng TESDA ang palakihin ang porsyento ng mga IBET learners mula 4% noong 2016 hanggang 40% sa 2022, hindi po ito nakamit at umabot lamang sa 16.66% o 209,975 enrollees at 15.51% o 190,979 graduates ang mga IBET enrollees at graduates noong 2022. Nananatili rin pong mababa ang partisipasyon ng ating IBET providers at sa mas mababa pa ngayon ang providers kumpara noong 2019 o bago pa magpandemya, Ginoong Pangulo. Kung noong 2019 ay mayroong 983 IBET providers, 830 na lamang po ito nitong 2022. At mas lalo pang lumiit noong Agosto 2023 dahil 684 na lamang ang registered IBET providers. Isa ring malaking challenge ang iba't ibang mga panuntunan para sa mga IBET programs. Ang Labor Code para sa Apprenticeship at Learnership, Dual Training System Act para sa dual training, at iba't ibang mga TESDA circulars para sa dualized training program, in-company training, at iba pa. Ginoong Pangulo, hindi rin po klaro ang mga proseso upang makuha ang mga insentibong itinatakda sa batas para sa mga nagpapatupad ng IBET programs. Sa isang konsultasyon po ng Second Congressional Commission on Education o EDCOM2, napag-alaman po natin na wala, zero, Mr. President, na nakinabang sa insentibo na nakatalaga sa Dual Training System Act. Mr. President, this bill seeks to address these issues and aims to harmonize under one framework the different enterprise-based education and training programs in the country. Naniniwala po tayo na kapag pinasimple ang framework ng lahat ng programang IBET, kahit papaano pa ito dinisenyo, magiging solusyon po ito sa pagkuha ng mga kumpanya ng incentives. Magiging solusyon po ito sa pagkuha hindi lang ng incentives, kagaya po dun sa deductible expenses at tax exemptions. And with this, Mr. President, we are confident that this bill will allow the growth of more training opportunities leading to potential employment, promotion, or entrepreneurial know-how. Under the proposed measure, TESDA will take the lead in implementing the framework, including the settling of policies and guidelines, program registration, quality assurance, and evaluation of the conduct of IBET programs. This bill also seeks to enhance the participation of the private sector as an indispensable partner in addressing job skills mismatch by increasing their participation in the identification, prioritization, and development of competency standards and qualifications. Ginoong Pangulo, hindi po pare-pareho ang mga skills at competencies. Kaya naman, ang duration ng IBET programs ay maaari pong umabot hanggang 3 taon. Depende po ito kung gaano kakomplikado ang mga skills at competencies. The IBET program shall also include compulsory theoretical instruction which can be undertaken by the participating enterprise itself or by a partner technical vocational institution. Sinisiguro rin po natin na may sapat na proteksyon ang panukala para naman sa mga trainees. First, it mandates DOLE to ensure the compliance of participating enterprises with general labor standards and occupational safety and health standards, and exercise jurisdiction over dismissal complaints if appropriate. Second, trainees in medium to high-risk industries must also be provided insurance by the participating enterprise. Mr. President, there are immense opportunities for our workers outside the formal education system. Noon, naghahanap ang mga magulang ng magandang paaralan para makakuha ng magandang trabaho ang kanilang anak para pagka-graduate nila may trabaho po sila. Ngayon, pwede na ring humanap ng mga kumpanya kung saan magiging maganda ang pundasyon ng kanilang anak dahil sa training na kanilang makukuha. Ginoong Pangulo, lagi pong magkakaroon ng pagbabago sa larangan ng trabaho. Ang hamon po sa atin ay siguruhin na ang mga pulisiyang gagalawan ng ating mga kababayan ay lilikha ng dekalidad na trabaho at magtatawid sa mga manggagawa patungo dito. Kaya naman po inaasahan natin ang ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado na suportahan po ang pagpasa ng panukalang batas na ito. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
Maraming salamat sa ating masipag na Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2587 under Committee Report number 213. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved. Session
It is suspended.
suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2572 under Committee Report number 209. This is the bill on the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of interpellations and debate. So with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the distinguished lady from Pangasinan, Iloilo, and San Juan, Senator Grace Poe, and to interpolate, continue with this interpellation, our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, is recognized, and a distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Canino Coco Pimentel, is recognized. The third.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may proceed, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, yesterday, I said that if we could go over one by one the points raised in the veto message of the President. But before we go there, Mr. President, may we know from the sponsor if there are successful eco zones in other jurisdictions which we can cite as the model or example that we are looking up to, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, I'm glad that question was raised. As I presented during my sponsorship speech, we mentioned the Shannon Free Zone in Ireland, which was established in the 1950s, and then also the Incheon Airport in Korea. As I've expounded, I could expound, but then definitely the following benefits were realized with those established free zones. Number one is job creation, foreign direct investment, cluster effect, meaning companies don't have to drive several miles away just to be able to do their supply chain compliances, and then what we call a spin-off effect. Because of the number of jobs that were provided, of course, consumer spending increased. And in fact, Ireland was considered one of the sick men of Europe at the time. But now, with the effect of the foreign direct investments in the country, Google also being there, the beers, etc., Ireland is actually one of the richest countries now in Europe. And in fact, Mr. President, they also had like a sunset clause. In the 1950s, when they established it, all the tax benefits, meaning perhaps corporate income tax exemptions, duties in customs duties, exemption, value-added tax, etc., expired in 2003. There's some, they already spun off to another eco zone, I believe it's called Smithtown, that they offer certain incentives. But the point is, the quality of education in Ireland, because of the rise in their economic activity, increased. So by that time, companies did not decide to relocate out of those zones because the quality of skilled labor and also high-level analysis in labor practice, they could already fill in the job requirements right there. And so that's also what we hope to gain here in the economic zones that are being established in the country, that within that area, the population and even beyond that, our citizens will be very competent in the jobs that are needed in those areas, that even without the tax incentives later on, those companies will decide to stay. Another example is Incheon Airport. They have there a complete community, not just the free zones for economic activity, but they made it very specific. They want it centered on ICT development, bioscience, etc. And they also actually have schools, residential areas, so it's affordable for the employees to live there and to work there.
Did Ireland or South Korea declare entire municipalities as part of their eco zones?
No, actually, Mr. President, for for Ireland, it was a small area. I believe it was 633 acres. That's not quite big. That's only how many hectares. But then that's the Shannon Free Zone. But they expanded to build another eco zone that's called Smith Zone, I believe. The exact square meters, we can check on that, Mr. President. As for Incheon, I believe that's a wider area. Incheon has about 3 towns. Shannon is an entire town, Mr. President, but it's not that big. I mean,
Okay,
when we're
yes.
talking about Bulacan, it's
Yes,
bigger.
but it's the entire town, which is the special economic zone in Ireland.
Yes,
So,
Mr. President.
Because that's one concern or subject matter I raised yesterday, Mr. President, yung the dealings of the locator or the residents in a particular town, then which is subsequently declared as an economic zone. How would their business life or their ordinary lives be affected by this change, Mr. President? I think we discussed this yesterday.
Yes, yes.
So before me now are the 8 salient points of the President's veto message. If we can go over them one by one, if the sponsor can tell us how the measure that we are now discussing has overcome the points raised in the veto message. The first one, that there are provisions that pose substantial fiscal risks to the country and its infringement on or conflict with other agencies' mandate and authorities. That was part of the, so how do we answer this point raised by the President, Mr. President?
Mr. President, when we talk about fiscal risks, the vetoed bill was not clear on whether the San Miguel Aero City, which was entitled to incentives under its charter RA 11506, is also entitled to Bulacan Eco Zone. Section 6 of the current bill makes it clear that San Miguel Aero City Incorporated shall remain covered by the incentives and regulatory regime under RA 11506. It will not be allowed to avail of Bulacan incentives under CREATE.
Which one? That's the Bulacan. How do you call that's the airport project. That's
Yes,
the airport
Mr. Pre-
project,
yeah,
no? Kasi,
yes.
tama ba? What's the correct name?
What do you mean airport? No, the
Air-
airport zone.
Airport City Project.
Yeah, the Aero City, the economic zone.
The Aero City Project, that's it.
Yes.
So the incentives there of the locators there will be governed by the specific law which created the Aero. Ano sabi?
The Aero Zone, the San Miguel Aero City Incorporated.
So yun po ba? Ayun po. So yung kalituhan doon I think na-mention ko rin to kahapon kasi if I remember correctly the zoning, the ano ba tawag mo doon? The location map, the meets and bounds, that is C1, tama ba? C1 is the airport and the airport city project. So that area designated as C1 will be governed not by this law, this measure, but by the law which created it, the airport plus the airport city project.
Yes, Mr.
Yun ba yun?
President.
And that was not clear in the original measure?
It wasn't. That's why we're clarifying it now because it was also given to the Bulacan Eco Zone as part of their incentives.
Okay, so the short answer to the first point raised by the President is Section 6 of our measure.
Yes, Mr. President, Section 6. The current bill makes it clear.
So
Yes.
we go to the second point, Mr. President. RA number 11534, this is the CREATE law, already allows eligible enterprises to apply for and avail of tax incentives outside economic zones by providing a favorable incentives package without need for creating new special economic zones. So I think that was the second point raised by the President in his
Yes.
veto. So how did we address this, Mr. President?
It is not inconsistent with CREATE. We expressly put CREATE as a reference law all throughout the bill. Additionally, BACSESFA is not only about incentives administration, but also on providing a platform for various national agencies and LGUs to come together and plan the area. It's about creating a master plan, Mr. President. Uh,
Ang pagkaintindi ko po sa second point ng Presidente, parang kung gusto nyo ng incentives, pero nasa labas kayo ng economic zone, pwede naman under CREATE. So sabi niya, hindi na to kailangan itong panibagong economic zone na ito. So paano po natin ma-justify that there is really a necessity to create this economic zone so that the locators will be will get more than the usual incentives and privileges, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, as you see, there will be more of a capex in this particular endeavor. Like, for example, I forget exactly what decade when we allowed so many economic zones. In fact, within a building, certain floors were economic zones, di ba?
Tama.
They could be designated as an economic zone, which in some cases, you realize are the returns really that relevant to the population. In this case, BACSESFA with their board will actually build infrastructure. They're not just actually taking over a particular existing infrastructure and designating them as a free zone. Ito, merong master plan. Hindi lang tira ng tira. That's why there's a board so that you can actually present to the board that you're going to put up such an establishment, and the coherence and the cohesion with the other planned community within that BACSESPA is something that we will look at. Because when we look at NAIA, for example, no, pwede naman natin sabihin, o sige, to spur economic growth and make, help the airport, let's designate those areas around it the free zone. But it's too late already. It's congested. You cannot add additional roads. There's no extra place for, I don't know, for manufacturing in that area. That's why this is a comprehensive planned community. And in that case, CapEx is really so much higher than just a company like a POGO establishing in a building na ito economic free zone, 'di ba? Parang and in fact mga POGO pinapalayagan nga sa mga economic zones 'Di ba? Kaya nga nagre-raid sa mga Clark o kung saan sa mga lugar. Imagine ano ang contribution niyan sa development ng ating bansa. First of all, yung mga nagtatrabaho doon, hindi naman sila Pilipino, yung mga iba, no? Majority sa kanila. Pangalawa, they're violating a lot of our laws. So in this planned community, not only is the government a part of the board, the Department of Transportation, and the local government has representation, the president also happens to appoint them. So, Mr. President, I think that the little privilege, the privileges that we give them, although substantial, has a justification behind it. It is not anything we've seen in recent past that we have a planned community that is attached to an airport.
Can we categorically state this early that when this economic zone is established, POGO will not be allowed as a locator in BACSESPA?
Mr. President, I think it's not, it's no secret that San Miguel Corporation, headed by Mr. Ramon Ang, is probably one of the few taipans or captains of industry that have never ventured into gambling. Siya lang siguro ang walang casino or connected to a casino, I mean, kanya-kanyang paniniwala. He doesn't really believe in that type of source of revenue for his company, and we welcome that. And so I believe that having somebody like him at the helm of this, I don't see a justification from past actions of his that he will allow that to happen here, that POGOs will be allowed to relocate. That's why I feel very strongly about this also.
So, because of the personality or personalities behind this measure, we can feel assured that POGOs and casinos will not be locators in Bacsesfa.
Well, Mr. President, Section B,
Section.
13G expressly prohibits gambling in Bacsesfa. So not only are we relying on the track record of the personalities behind this, but it is expressly stated in this one. Sometimes kasi we tend to become complacent kasi parang money maker, parang fast money yung mga casino na ganyan na hindi na nafo-focus yung creativity to develop other industries to get other sources of income.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. President. Section 13, paragraph G. But then it is worded this way: operate on its own, directly, either directly or through licenses to others, to tourism-related activities, including games. Will that not be a legal authority for the authority to have its own game of chance, Mr. President, or
Okay.
games of chance?
In Section G, it also says, provided that any and all businesses that host games of chance and or accept bets for money, rewards, or any gambling or gaming-related activity under the mandate of the PAGCOR or otherwise included but not limited to animal fighting,
Yes, yes.
racing, etc., is the same, is regulated, cannot be registered under with the Bacsesfa.
So, Bacsesfa's authority to license games of chance, gambling, lotto, is non-existent. We did not give it such an authority. The
Yes.
authority still belongs to PAGCOR.
Of course, but then
Ganun po,
within that
okay.
area, they are not allowed to register. Bacsesfa will not accept their registration.
But is it possible for an LGU, a town within the eco zone, to host a casino? But the casino will not register with the authority. Is that possible?
Kasi yung incentive sa access.
Okay, if they have a PAGCOR license and they don't seek create incentive, meaning yung taxes, the local government can still allow them to operate within the zone, but without the incentives. So this is also something that shows that the local government's autonomy is actually being respected. Diba? So hopefully, if there are other sources of income, there will be no temptation from the local to the local government to allow those things.
Yeah, I think this is a good example of that the Sanggunian or the LGU still retains autonomy in decision making.
Opo, kasi
Pwede yun.
sa kanila rin po yung business permit eh. Sa kanila rin yung
Doon lang po tayo magkakalituan sa optics. Magkakalito-lituan po tayo sa optics kasi sasabihin natin yung buong 10 LGU na ito ay Bulacan Eco Zone.
Opo.
And then may casino. Bawal ang casino sa Eco Zone pero may casino doon. Posible.
well, bawal sa
Opo.
Bacsesfa tax incentive, pero may casino doon. I think that if the LGU see that there are more wholesome ways of attracting income, like in manufacturing, ganyan, hopefully they won't be tempted. But then again,
Yes.
sir, it's a very critical balance between, keeping the autonomy of the local government and also allowing economic progress through an economic zone.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So going back to the President's second point in this veto message, what sections did we now add to this measure to answer the concern of the President? That's his second concern.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I would like to clarify, is it about create and how it is included here in compliance with the veto?
Yes, the number 2 point, Mr. President, but please correct me if I'm wrong, as a salient point of the President's veto message of the original measure, sabi niya, the CREATE law already allows eligible enterprises to apply for and avail of tax incentives outside economic zones by providing a favorable incentives package without need for creating new special economic zones. Okay. How did we address this? Is it by adding a section to address it, or is it just by an argument that that second point is not really applicable, Mr. President?
Yeah, actually, Mr. President, as I've mentioned in my first point, maybe the reason, just to answer what the President's concern was, yes, you can establish outside of an eco zone in compliant with CREATE, but because of the other added features of this economic zone, they thought it to apply for other privileges. But in Section 4, existing PESA registered locators may register with PESA or BACSESFA. They may not be under both. In Section 6, locators with Bulacan Eco Zone may register with BACSESFA and qualify for CREATE incentives. However, the airport franchisee will be governed by the provisions of its own franchise. And then Section 8, incentives within the eco zone, such as importation of raw materials and capital equipment, shall be consistent with CREATE. So whatever CREATE has as provisions for those actions will actually have to be consistent. Now, Section 20, registered enterprises with the Bulacan Eco Zone may apply for fiscal incentives, but under CREATE. And then, BACSESFA shall comply with the provisions of CREATE, among other laws in Section 21.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Let's now move on and tackle the third salient point of the President's veto message. He said that the measure lacks coherence with existing laws, rules, and regulations by failing to provide audit provisions for the COA, procedures for expropriations of lands awarded to agrarian reform beneficiaries, and master plan for the specific metes and bounds of the economic zone. So how does our measure address this third concern of the President?
Actually, Mr. President, after the veto, we had to go back and really realize this deficiency. So we already included language as requested by COA in Section 26. So which reads, the Commission on Audit shall appoint a full-time auditor in BACSESFA or may assign such number of personnel as may be necessary in the performance of their functions. The BACSESFA shall be subject to the audit mechanisms under Sections 24 to 26, RA 10149, or the GOCC Governance Act of 2011. All transactions of BACSESFA shall be subject to relevant accounting and auditing rules and regulations of the COA.
So bago po ito. Wala po ito
Tayo na po naglagay
wala
nito.
sa original.
Yes, Mr. President.
So that answers the concern for, about COA. But how about the expropriations of land, the master plan for the specific meets and bounds, Mr. President?
Yes, the bill indicates that Bacsesfa's acquisition of lands covered by the CARP must follow existing rules,
What
laws,
section
and
of-
regulations.
what section?
That's section 5.
Section 5.
7.
I'm sorry, section 7. Section
7.
Section 7E. So, under the vetoed bill, Bulacan Ecozone can unilaterally expand through expropriation. That provision was removed in the current bill and added that if Bacsesfa will ever expropriate a property, CARP procedure will apply. So, it's in section 7 under governing principles. If the gentleman, the minority leader would want me to read, I can read. Otherwise, it's section 7E.
E, yes, I think we discussed E yesterday also. So how about the third, about the master plan for the specific meets and bounds of the economic zone? How did we address that?
The bill now specifically indicates the ecozones coverage,
Yes.
the airport project and airport city project, select municipalities which we enumerated.
Section 3.
Yes. And then the expansion to the ecozone through presidential proclamation with LGU concurrence. So if needed pa to expand, only with the proclamation of the president after the concurrence of the LGU.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I've seen the parang location map. C1, yung ba yung C1? C1. And then there were areas labeled C1 up to C6, I think. But there's a C7, which I think already is in Navotas, Mr. President. So, Navotas City is not part of Bulacan Ecozone, but can it fall under letter C, Mr. President?
Mr. President, ano lang to, parang pangarap future expansion.
yes.
Siguro, no, kaya nalagay. But definitely, hindi kasama yung Marina City. Hindi kasama to.
What is Marina City?
I mean, the C7, which is Navotas Business Hub.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
But if we can take a look at section 3C, in the future, can Navotas fall under the phrase and surrounding areas, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, with the wording, with the President's proclamation and LGU concurrence, yes, Mr. President.
Yes, no. So, I'm just clarifying it kasi the 3C reads as follows. All other expansion areas or municipalities whose meets and bounds shall be clearly defined through a presidential proclamation within the province of Bulacan. So that's the impression we get, that it will be limited to Bulacan. But then here comes and surrounding areas, so which may be declared as part of the Bulacan Ecozone in compliance with Section 7E of this Act. So Navotas can fall under and surrounding areas.
I suppose, Mr. President, maybe if they see the benefits being reaped from those ecozones, other, areas might want to join. But then by that time, Mr. President, we might not have a need to expand anymore. Maybe economic growth has been spurred and maybe the local government might not want to approve it anymore. The president himself might not find the need for it.
Yes. Yes, but for as long as it will be compliant with Section 7E, Mr. President. So, going now to the fourth point raised by the President. The bill also grants the Economic Zone Authority rulemaking powers relative to environmental protection that is not found in the Charter of other economic zones. So how did we address this concern, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the DNR actually, even the DNR is part of this. For the request of the DNR, there's language which maintains DNR's primary authority to protect the environment and to issue relevant environmental permits. So we did address it, Mr.
In
President.
what section, ma'am?
Section 13, the powers and functions of the BACSESFA. So protect, preserve, maintain, and develop the forests, beaches, corals, etc. The rules and regulations of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and other government agencies involved in the above function shall be implemented by BACSESFA, provided that the DNR shall continue to have primary authority and responsibility on environment protection. Provided further that the monitoring and issuance of leases, permits, certificates, clearances, and all other environment-related issuance by the DNR under its mandate shall remain under the jurisdiction of the department. So na-cure po yun.
The original, in the original measure, it was just the first sentence of paragraph I. Yun ba
Yes,
yun?
Mr. President.
So we cured it by adding the next sentences.
Yes, we added that
Yes.
all related issuances by the DNR under its mandate shall remain under the jurisdiction of the department. So, in short, hindi sila tatanggalan ng functions within that eco zone area.
Yes, and then we are referring to section 13, paragraph I.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Okay, if the sponsor doesn't mind, we can still ask questions.
Sure,
Yeah, that's okay.
sure, Mr. President.
Yes, we can finish the veto message of the President, Mr. President. The fifth salient point of the veto message is that the bill also granted blanket powers to handle technical airport operations in contravention of existing aeronautical laws. So how did we address this, Mr. President?
Mr. President, first of all, the DOTR will be a part of
Access.
BACSESFA board.
Dati hindi.
And then, dati hindi po.
Dati hindi. Oh, so what section, in what section can that be found, ma'am? President.
Section 14. Section 14, Board of Directors of the BACSESFA. And item number 6.
Yeah.
Tapos nakalagay din po doon, BACSESFA has no say in airport operations. CAAP is still the regulatory body. So that's section 13, powers and functions of the BACSESFA shall have the following powers. And anyway, hindi na po yun. Basta, anything that has to do with running the airport, Mr. President, CAAP pa rin yun.
The original measure was not clear about that, Mr. President.
It didn't have to indicate it because it assumed that these are two different laws. One is for the airport itself, which we passed, and the other one is for the Aero City, the economic zone. Eh, wala naman, I mean, that has nothing to do with airport management. This is this one. But then, just for the sake of redundancy, just to reiterate that this is an eco zone, and therefore, the ones that are running the airport are specialized in that field. Nothing to do with this.
So thank you. And siguro this representation will commend the Office of the President for being that ano tawag ito, meticulous.
Yes,
to be-
actually.
for wanting everything to be as clear as possible, Mr. President.
That's
Yeah.
also something that we are learning now. And I appreciate also the advice and the reminder of our minority leader na, you know, even if we know the answer, it's always good to scrutinize it because tingnan mo yan, pag na-veto, at least meron tayong records to go back to, di ba? So anyway, thank you for helping us clarify and assure the public also with regards to this new version of the bill.
When the original measure was vetoed, how come Congress did not attempt to override the veto, Mr. President? Given the fact na wala that this was passed without objection.
Yes, if I may interject. We passed this on the end of the 18th Congress, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, end of the 18th Congress. So patapos na po siya, Your Honor. Mr. President, Mr. Minority Leader.
I think, Mr. President, if I may, the reason was this was passed during the last administration.
Yes, and the last
But vetoed by
month.
the current administration, right? I mean, this
That's
was
correct.
President Duterte's.
That's correct. It was,
Now,
it was passed during the 18th Congress under President Duterte, meaning we ratified it. And then it wasn't signed by the president when they had a change of administration. And the lapse of the bill into law would have been a few days, then they vetoed it. That was on June 30. If I'm not mistaken, the last day would have been June 30. I think the day after.
after SONA,
No,
no,
it was during the oath taking. I remember
the
because it was
oath-taking,
during the
right.
inauguration of the President Marcos, where I was told in the evening that they were going to veto it the next day.
right, right.
So there was no chance na po to override because it's a new Congress. It's new.
Also, I guess also giving the new administration a chance. You know, it's a new mandate. We didn't want, I guess, to start on that note of disagreeing immediately.
So the question, Mr. President, is that can a Congress override the veto of a law passed by a previous Congress?
Yes, Mr. President, if it falls within, I'm sure the minority leader knows this, but if it falls within that period where it can either lapse into law or be vetoed, di ba parang merong 30 days, di ba? Na,
No, this is, yeah, my scenario is the bill is vetoed by the President. But that was passed by a previous Congress. Can the present Congress override the veto of the President of a bill passed by a previous Congress?
well, that is a good question to debate, although usually when you say it lapses into law after 30 days, then it holds the effectivity within still those number of days. Without being specific as to the procedure, since it's counted from the time it was vetoed and it lapsed into the new administration, it's still within the 30 days, then I suppose that's the ruling guidelines that we are following.
So thank you to the sponsor for expressing her opinion on that
I'm not a law
question,
student, but
Mr.
okay.
President. But I guess it could be done, Mr. President, because the president who vetoed the bill was not the president during the time the bill was passed, Mr. President. So if we allow that, then why are we not allowing the current Congress to process the veto message of the president? Mr. President. So maybe that's the answer, Mr. President, but we are not yet sure because I don't think this has been encountered by the Supreme Court, Mr. President. So let's go to the sixth point in the veto message. The proposed economic zone is located in close proximity to the Clark Special Economic Zone, which is against the government's policy on creating special economic zones in strategic locations. So how did we answer this, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, if RDC, the Regional Development Council, composed of Central Luzon provinces, already expressed its support for the measure and welcomes the economic prospects of the new ecozone. If RDC itself, which consists of governors and mayors of affected LGUs, supports this measure, then there should be no room for concerns on proximity. Additionally, Clark Development Corporation, which manages the Clark Special Economic Zone, supports the creation of the Bulakan Ecozone. These ecozones are complementary, not in competition. It will be a megalopolis consisting of Metro Manila, Metro Clark, eventually Metro Bulacan. Alam mo, Mr. President, di ba usually, pag gumagawa ka ng, I mean, dito nga sa atin, yung mga malls halos dikit-dikit eh. puno pa rin, di ba? Because there's demand and it specializes in certain things. If you want a smaller, maybe high-end, you go to Greenbelt 5 or you go to Rock or Power Plant Mall. If you want a little bit, more for the general public, you can go to SM. I mean, there are specialties. And I feel that, it spurs competition as well. Sino yung mas magandang eco zone? Sino yung well-managed? In fact, in certain areas, kung mapupunta ka sa palengke, sa isang lugar, pare-pareho yung tinda. Kasi nga, di ba parang mas madadali na nga na it's clustered within an area. So, I certainly think that it's good that it was clarified, but at least we have an answer in our back pocket that says that the Central Luzon Regional Development Council actually approved it. So they feel that it will be complementary to
So
them.
the answer is not found in the measure because this cannot be answered by adding a section to the measure. So because
Yes,
this
Mr. President.
this is actually a question on the wisdom of the measure, Mr. President.
I suppose, Mr. President, it's a question of whether this bill is needed or not a question on.
Paano po yan? Yung nagveto nito ay siya pa rin po nakaupo.
Hindi, baka kailangan lang mabuting pinag-aaralan natin ngayon, di ba? Baka naman they'll be industrious enough to go through the discussion. And also when we sponsor this, I mean, when we pass this into law in the manifestation, we will put the rationale also behind it, why we approved it. And remember, so we approved it here. It was also approved already in the House again. But of course, we refined it. Parang wala yung mga ibang provisions.
Yes,
di ba?
but the other points raised by the President in his message could be addressed by additional sections or a deletion of, kunyari yung sa environmental protection. But this one is on the wisdom, Mr. President, because the location did not change, tama? The
Right.
eco zone, the Bulacan eco zone in the first measure is still located, the second, in this current measure, that's still the same location. So
Yes.
therefore, distance-wise from Clark, same, it did not change.
Correct, Mr. President. We just have to reiterate that this was approved by the Regional Development Council and use as an example others that have thrived even in proximity of each other with other industries. And also, Mr. President, one of the other questions I believe in the veto is how will this actually be beneficial economically? I mean, you can't really legislate what the income will be generated by that. I mean, that's part of the.
Was the original measure also endorsed by the Regional Development Council?
Yeah, no, they just
no.
got their endorsement now. So nakatulong yung veto.
So okay, so we did not seek the input of the RDC the first time. So we did it the second time. How was the endorsement expressed by the RDC? Is it in writing, a resolution? Does the committee have the copy of the endorsement?
Mr. President, their manifestation of support was submitted to the House of Representatives, the Regional Development Council, composed of governors and mayors. I suppose it's very appropriate for them to submit it there because the congressmen are directly involved with their districts. So they have a closer relationship or a step closer to the local government.
Sige po. And then there is a mechanism for the executive branch to be involved as early as possible with lawmaking. So I think this is the PLLO. Are we getting them also involved in this measure, Mr. President? At least they give us some feedback on the sentiment, thinking, or position of the executive branch.
Mr. President, during the technical working group, we asked the DOF also to weigh in on the provisions that we added as a cure to some of the veto concerns and also the PLLO. So, of course, they cannot put words in the mouth of the president. They can only give their recommendation. And it seems that everything is compliant for now.
I'll read again, Mr. President, the sixth salient point of the President in his veto, because in my opinion, this is questioning the wisdom na. Hindi na ito how it is written, may kulang ang pagkasulat, may sumobra sa sinulat, but it is on the wisdom, on the desirability of having this law. Ulitin ko po, Mr. President. The proposed economic zone is located in close proximity to the Clark Special Economic Zone, which is against the government's policy on creating special economic zones in strategic locations. So, isa is fact, a matter of fact na close proximity to Clark Special Economic Zone. Walang nagbago doon. Yung pangalawa, it's against government's policy. That policy could change. Has that policy changed, Mr. President?
May I weigh in with the permission of Senator Grace? Senator Grace, if it's with your permission, may I interject?
Yes, Mr. President.
I'll give a very very good example. Bataan Economic Zone, AFAB, and Subic are very close together, but yet they're complementary, at the same time are very successful. AFAB, I think, is one of the fastest growing economic zones. That was also the question raised when Senator Gordon sponsored AFAB under the request of the Garcia brothers, both congressman and governor. And the number one question then, it was in the if I'm not mistaken, which Congress is that? 14th Congress. So we had the likes of Senator Angara, the elder Senator Angara, and the others asking the same question. Is there merit to having an economic zone right beside each other, both provinces, Zambales and Bataan? And they were able to explain that, in other words, the idea then, the more the merrier. If we can get more investments, kanya-kanyang marketing nitong EcoZone, pag magaling, well-managed, then I think it would be successful. And we are proven correct because AFAB now is the fastest growing economic zone in the region 3. And Subic still continues to be a very attractive investment area. So I think that could answer the question. Bulacan is beside Pampanga, and it will really create now Region 3 as an economic powerhouse. So the beauty of the area that they're applying for is also that there's its proximity to the airport. And let's face it, I think that will become the premier international airport. Yung ating airport na yun, may mga surut, kung ano pa ng mga nakikita doon, mga insekto. So I think it's about time.
Ratatouille.
Daga, tsaka surut. I think it's about time that maybe we should decommission it. And right now we have no choice. We have to improve it, but eventually that should be decommissioned. And maybe that airport can be made into another megalopolis or another mega city. But that would be my short answer, Your Honor.
Yes,
it doesn't matter. The proximity doesn't matter. It's really how you market it. It's really how you run it.
Right.
That's important. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. President, actually Clark is nearer to Subic than to Bulacan. And AFAB is just an hour away from Subic. Pero because of the different functions nga di ba? So sa Clark, type nila kung gusto nilang gambling, meron doon, di ba? Meron, right? Sa Clark. Wala namang gambling dito sa ano. So, but it can offer something else na, hindi, sinasabi kasi tiga Bulacan si Majority Leader, walang gambling dito. So, yung mga gusto ng gambling, doon sila mag-set up sa kabila.
And also, my dear colleagues, I think they want to focus on manufacturing of microchips, very high end. Yes. I think they want the Bulacan EcoZone to focus on very high-end manufacturing, microchips, all sorts of electronics, AI generating equipment and all that. So very, very high-end manufacturing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for also mentioning the airports. Kasi alam ko na mayroong dual airport strategy even in Japan, Tokyo, Narita, maybe in France, ganun din. Ngayon, pero ang mangyayari sa Pilipinas, dito sa island of Luzon, it's a triple airport strategy, Mr. President. Is that justified by the volume of the air traffic, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President, it's not just because of the volume of tourists or arrivals here in the Philippines. It's also the ease of transporting manufactured items. Kasi imagine mo kung kunyari nasa Laguna, tapos dadalhin sa airport, malayo. Pero kung within the airport na, pagkano pack, deliver kagad yun, mabilis. So yun yung parang nai-envision ng Pakses pa.
Say yes, Mr. President. Pero meron din ano doon. Meron din mga passengers po doon. Ano? So, well, maybe it's too late to discuss this because we're talking about the economic zone, not the airport.
Yes,
Maybe it's
yes.
the airport, but basta ako, I'm familiar with the dual airport strategy, but what has happened with us here is that, it's a triple airport strategy, and then kung matuloy pa yung Sangli Point, 4 na airports, Mr. President.
Eh, di talo na natin yung mga kapitbahay
I mean,
natin, Mr. President.
Kasi baka hindi po maging economically viable po ang ating mga airports. But Mr. President, okay.
Ano, Mr. President, kasi tingnan mo we have NAIA. Parang in Japan, they have Narita and
Tokyo, Haneda.
Haneda, di ba? Actually, yung dati, ang plano ng DOTR, yung GenAv dun sa Sangli. Alam mo, sa dami, sa sobrang traffic and whatever, a lot of people are already taking also, general aviation flights. So, hindi masasayang ang facilities talaga kasi you can no longer expand the number of runways in NAIA.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. President. Basta what I'm trying to point out is the sixth point of the President in his veto message is actually reflects or manifests his way of thinking. And it is still that same President who will now be either approving, allowing the lapse into law of this bill, or vetoing this bill, Mr. President. And the sixth point questions the wisdom of that original measure, the first original measure.
Well,
Well, yes.
So, Mr. President, no, I appreciate the concern of our minority leader, but if we truly believe in something like a bill, even with the threat of possibly being vetoed by the president, we should continue with it. And in fact, after amending and supplying all of these corrections to the concern of the president, maybe not 100%, but almost 90% of it, maybe if it's vetoed again, then we can override it. Maybe we'll have the persuasion and the confidence to question the veto.
Well, at any rate, Mr. President, that's why I highlighted the fact that there is a liaison mechanism available, Mr. President, na sana as early as possible nag-feedbacking process na po tayo, Mr. President. So, we can now move on to the seventh, second to the last. Yes, ma'am. You want to say something?
No. I just wanted to double check if they were actually coordinating with the executive, and they are.
Yeah, they should have. The seventh point raised by the President in his veto message is that the NEDA and the Regional Development Council 3 assert the need to thoroughly study and assess the costs to ensure that the establishment of the economic zone would be beneficial to the whole country. So what is our response to this, Mr. President?
Ano yung Mr. President? Minsan ang reklamo doon sa mga iba parang puro naghihintay, nagpa-PowerPoint presentation, nagteteka-teka, dahil nag-iingat tayo masyado, walang nangyayari. Ngayon, it is really up to Congress to decide based on logic, based on experience, research, and wisdom. Does it make sense? And it does make sense. Number one, the congestion in NAIA. Number two, we need to have additional growth. Number three, unemployment. We need foreign direct investments. And these are exactly the ones being introduced or being or the goal of having this economic zone. Now, if we say we're not 100% sure if it'll make it, we're never 100% sure we can make it. We can never legislate forecast. We can only say that this is the goal, but we can't say this is what you have to meet because we can never be sure about that. But we can compare ourselves with other nations, other countries that have successfully built one. And so, Mr. President, right now, again, what are the benefits? Jobs, foreign direct investments, ease of travel, infrastructure, community-based development. All of this, when you study the BACSESPA, is what it aims to achieve. And this is not something that is impossible to achieve because you have a reputable company that will include a board with a representation also from the government that will be part of it.
Mr. President, the President's veto message was dated July 1, 2022. So mahaba-habang panahon na rin ang nakalipas. So baka may nagbago na. What is now the stand of NEDA on this measure? May we know?
NEDA is very
As reservations during the reservations.
Tapos nito, pagkatapos ng walo, suspend ko muna and then ang next interpolation na isa na sa bill itself na kaya
well,
technical na tayo.
Mr. President, NEDA has some reservations to it, but they did approve it. Say otherwise, hindi naman.
Okay, so we can now state for the record, thank you, pare. As of this date, NEDA is endorsing for favorable action and approval the measure that we are discussing.
Well, Mr. President, NEDA did not object to it, and it needed. So NEDA did not object to it. They have some reservations, mainly because of what also the President saying, what is the benefit of it? Kaya na naman, kasi pag-aaralan na naman nila, gagawin na naman nila kung kikita ba ito. Alam niyo, Mr. President, yung airport natin dito sa NAIA, inabot na ng ilang dekada yan. Dahil may pag-aaral, tapos hindi tinanggap yung pag-aaral na yon. And me, myself, it's not a gold standard that just because NEDA approves it,
Yes.
that will be successful. In fact, the bottleneck has always been NEDA.
Yes, but Mr. President, kung noong July 1, 2022 ay pwedeng sabihin ni President Marcos that NEDA asserts the need to thoroughly study and assess the costs of the economic zone, right now, March 2024, can we not say that NEDA is no longer insisting on a thorough study? Okay na sila. Kasi more than a year na, hindi pa ba rin nila naaral ito?
Yan na nga, Mr. President, ang sinasabi ko eh. Hanggang ngayon, pinaaral pa nila. Pero meron na tayo from other sectors like the regional councils, and also, Mr. President, di ba pag nagtatayo ng mga business establishment, ano ba yung mga study na ginagawa nila? Di ba? Pero parang napakatagal naman pag sa gobyerno. Tagal.
So we do not have as of today any favorable endorsement from NEDA about this measure in writing or a press release?
Mr. President, I think if with the indulgence of our minority leader, let's get an official statement from NEDA. It doesn't mean that this will guide us.
Yes.
Because remember, NEDA has a different mandate. We can pass this regardless.
Yes. No, but just to render the seventh point of the President in his veto message, moot and academic. Kasi NEDA po yung ginamit na agency and then RDC pa nga, but I'll get to the RDC later. But NEDA muna. If we can get now a favorable endorsement from NEDA, di okay na. That seventh point is up.
Yes, I mean, that will certainly help. We will get to that, Mr. President.
How about the Regional Development Council of Region 3? What is now its position?
Yes, as I mentioned, they submitted to the House that they agree to it, that they support it. So we will get a copy of that. We have the copy here. We can furnish the good minority leader a copy of the regional councils.
May I add some information as well to the two colleagues of mine, especially to the minority floor leader. I also had a lunch meeting with Senator Ralph Recto last week. And as the new Department of Finance Chair, he's in support of this measure, as he mentioned to me, Senator Pimentel. Si Ralph Recto is the new
So,
Finance Chair, is in
Finance.
support of this, yes,
Sige.
of this measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. But I've been given a copy of a letter dated January 30, 2024 from the Central Luzon Regional Development Council signed by Susan A. Yap, Chairperson RDC3, who is the governor of the province of Tarlac. It's addressed to our sponsor, Mr. President. Have you read this letter, Mr. President?
Hindi mo sinabi sa akin.
Has our sponsor read this letter?
Hindi mo alam.
And may I read into the records the last paragraph, or the second to the last paragraph of the letter of Governor Susan A. Yap. There are, however, remaining concerns and issues on specific provisions of the bills which need to be addressed. Through NEDA's sound guidance and advice, I am confident that the issues raised by the RDC members and other stakeholders can be clarified and addressed in the succeeding versions of the bill. So anyway, at any rate, Mr. President, after this interpellation, when I suspend and then when we resume, we will now go into the specifics of the bill, Mr. President. Kunin mo na lang kay Governor Yap, ano ba yung specific provisions of the bills?
So there is actually support. I think that's reassuring.
Yes, but I read into the records the second to the last paragraph. So there are, however, remaining concerns and issues on specific provisions of the bills which need to be addressed. And this is a letter January 30, 2024. So that would be the next part of our interpellation, Mr. President. We go into now the actual wording, the words used in the bill. Now, Mr. President, so at least may nagbago, no? I mean, hopefully NEDA, bago na po ang kanyang posisyon, ang RDC3, nagbago na rin ang posisyon, favorable na. So sana, hopefully, paglabas na nung NEDA endorsement, we can say that the 7th point of the President is already moot and academic. Okay. And then going now to the 8th and last point of the veto message of the President. The bill will significantly narrow our tax base with its mandated incentives applicable to registered enterprises. So how did we answer this concern of the President?
Mr. President, we are complying with the CREATE law. Actually, it should be noted that the bill follows CREATE. It does not introduce any tax incentive outside of what CREATE already provides. Kasi, ang sinasabi naman ng Presidente, widen the tax base, but it didn't say that, these economic zones cannot be established anymore, except that it has a sunset clause. Diba? That's my understanding. So, we are establishing these economic zones, but they're still subject to the limitations of CREATE.
There are no new incentives, no special and unique and very specific or particular incentives for locators in Bacsespa, which are beyond the concessions under CREATE.
No. You register only.
So talagang CREATE lang.
Successful lang.
CREATE lang talaga.
Wala na yung sabi.
Hindi.
So,
Wait lang,
area lang.
walang special benefit under Bacsespa.
Ina-apply yun sa CREATE.
Mr. President, there's no special benefits in Bacsespa. All of it is in compliance to the provisions of CREATE.
Yes.
But hindi rin ang sinasabi natin yung double dipping, yung initial veto na sinasabi ninyo na pag meron na silang CREATE incentive, hindi na sila pwedeng kumuha ng special incentives pa from their franchise.
Which one? The Airport City project? Yun ba yun? That's what we're...
Question of erosion on the taxes.
Yung erosion on the taxes, yung bang...
As I understand, the 8th point of the President, parang dadami. Dadami ngayon ang mga enterprises availing of CREATE. Yan ang point niya. So I think it goes back to the wisdom of creating another special economic zone, which I hope we will be able to address because we are dealing with the same president who vetoed the earlier measure. So yun lang po yung aking concern po.
No, I understand and I appreciate that. Of course, putting up something like this is always a risk. But then we're trying to address also the safeguards, like having a board that is composed of different individuals even from the government, to have like certain limits. Kasi hindi naman porket na you have that area, lahat yun mapupuno ng mga businesses, di ba? There's also like a green, an open space, kasi nga planned community rin. And maybe when they see na sumusobra na, even the board, who is also appointed by the president, can also introduce certain limitations.
Siguro, Mr. President, kung may mga projections din siguro tayo, I hope mayroon din projections, ano? That although, let's say, bumababa ang rates because of incentives, dumadami naman ang nag-a-avail, ang naglo-locate, na hindi naman to magnenegosyo, but because of that economic zone, napanegosyo sila. So if we have projections like this, maybe, if we want to make it off record, pwede dito, or we can attach it to some document which the Office of the President now can now study, so that they will be convinced that although the tax base may be narrower, but the tax collections will be
Nandito yata sa
assisted or helped by this ecozone, Mr. President, in the sense na tataas pa nga ang tax collection, Mr. President.
Mr. President, actually ganito pag natatakot tayo na lahat na lang pupunta sa ecozone. Well, number one, it's an indication na magaling, no? Magaling yung ecozone, kumikita sila. Number two, they could do that even now. There's still a lot of availability in Clark, in Subic, in AFAB, in CESA, but that's not happening. So it depends also on what the particular zone can offer. Now, there's a study, and I will submit it we're still looking for that, but definitely the income of the local government of Pampanga has increased by how many fold because of Clark. So yun yung pwede natin ibigay sa office po ninyo. Okay, we'll just supply you with that.
Yes, I think, Mr. President, ang concern siguro natin na, let's assume that he needs convincing. It is not the office of the minority leader. It's the office of the president. Pagandaan po natin yun because it's the same person who will process this second measure. The same person who vetoed the first measure. So
I
we have to
agree.
convince him na yung 8 points na which were important for him to raise to Congress are addressed sufficiently. Some can be addressed technically by adding sections, deleting some sections. Ang problema yung 1 or 2 which concerns the wisdom. So it's a matter of convincing him that this is a wise, desirable, and implementable and beneficial measure, Mr. President.
I agree, and I thank our minority leader. That's exactly what we're trying to achieve, and I'm glad that he's also providing this devil's advocate and sparring of ideas so we can refine also our rebuttal to the veto.
I hope I'm more of an advocate, Mr. President,
Than a devil.
than the other one.
An angel advocate, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, siguro at least thank you to the sponsor. At least we have addressed I think we have done a big deal here now. We have shown that the author and the sponsor, the authors, the sponsor, the committee have addressed the concerns of the president. Okay, they really exerted the effort to address the concerns. Okay. In the next part of my interpolation, Mr. President, if we can go over, we will go over now the construction, the wording, the specific sections and entries of the bill, Mr. President. And siguro we will get in touch with Governor Susan Yap of Tarlac because sa letter niya, meron siyang specific issues and concerns on the provisions of the bill. So, bigyan na rin po natin siya ng panahon, no, through our interpellation na ma-air po nila yung concerns po nila sa ating session po.
Mr. President, I suppose it will be already at that point where certain wordings can probably be refined and amended. But then, tapos na kasi yung committee hearings natin na they already gave their position paper. So maybe just informally we can ask and then we can introduce that in our amendments part kung meron silang suggestion. So
Maybe, but Mr. President, maybe our interpellation can also help them or help the RDC. So maybe if they're clarified, they will no longer pursue some of their issues and concerns. So
Okay.
that will be the next part of my interpellation, Mr. President. So for now, with the understanding of our sponsor, if this representation can ask for suspension of his interpellation on the measure, Mr. President.
yes, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, thank you very much. I ask that my interpellation be suspended.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2572. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2386. This bill pertains to the Real Property Valuation and Assessment Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of individual amendments. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of March 4, 2025 as our working draft. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Win Gatchalian, for his individual amendments.
Our distinguished sponsor, the chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is recognized. Session suspended for me.
of Senate Bill number 2386. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2555 under Committee Report number 191. This is the bill amending the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we have sponsored the measure. With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, interpolate Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, and the interpolator, our distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, is recognized.
We're ready, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Kung mamarapatin po ng ating hinahangaan at magaling na senador, Francis Tolentino, ako lamang po ay may mga katanungan patungkol po sa kanyang panukala. Kung ito po ay mamarapatin ng ating kaibigan.
Yes, Mr. President, willingly. At tayo po handang sumagot sa ating ginagalang na senador buhat sa Nueva Ecija and the Bicol region, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po. Ito po kasing issue na ito na patungkol po sa doble plaka law. Ito po ay nagkaroon ng usap-usapan sa mga riders, sa mga katulad po natin na nagmumotor. Sapagkat ito po ay para sa kanila, para sa amin, ay naging mapaniil ang batas na ito. Tinanong po natin ang mga gumuhit ng batas na ito at ang kanila pong sinasagot sa atin, kailangan daw po ang batas na ito upang mapigilan ang paglaganap ng riding in tandem. Gusto po natin maliwanagan talaga kung meron po bang tunay na datos patungkol dito na talagang itong doble plaka law na ito ay nakatulong po ba ito? Totoo po ba ito na talagang laganap ang riding in tandem at kailangan natin gawing doble ang plaka ng mga nagmumotor? Sana po maipaliwanag po sa atin ito ng ating mahal na inahangaan na Senador Francis Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Indeed, Mr. President, one of the reasons why Republic Act 11235 or the doble plaka law was conceptualized and eventually passed was because of the then apparently continuous utilization of motorcycles by riding in tandem killers or perpetrators of crimes. But Mr. President, data coming from the Philippine National Police and even the Highway Patrol Group would show, and I have records to show, Mr. President, that, Mr. President, meron po tayong, ang atin pong total, if the good gentleman can see, the total registered motorcycles per region would total 1,412,631, and these records would show that it's just from January to October 2023. Yung kabuuan po sa Pilipinas na rehistradong motor without sidecar, ito po yung hindi ginagamit na tricycle, ay 1,412,631. Ito po ay noong 2023. Tumaas na po ito ngayon, Mr. President. Subalit, Mr. President, out of the 1.4 million registered motorcycles, Mr. President, you will notice that from the data gathered by the Highway Patrol Group and the Philippine National Police, 132 lang po, Mr. President, ang na-involve sa riding in tandem, allegedly. Yung may naka-back ride, 134, tapos out of 132 pala, ang gumamit ng motor, yung sa riding in tandem na na-involve ay 57 lang na motor out of the universe of 1.4 plus million, Mr. President. So, napaka-minuscule hindi ko mas magaling po yung minority leader sa computation kung ilang percent ito. So, Mr. President, ito po yung naging dahilan ng panawagan ng mga riders na bakit sila sinisingle out, bakit sila pinoprofile at ginawang napaka-discriminatory ng batas. In fact, Mr. President, ang dami nag-file ng case sa iba't ibang mga regional trial courts dito sa Metro Manila, questioning the constitutionality of Republic Act 11235. So, out of 1.4 million, 57 lang, Mr. President, ang involved. At napakababa po nun, Mr. President. Sana po na maunawaan ng ating kaibigan sa Nueva Ecija na hindi po totoo na ang atin po mga riders ay kriminal. Hindi po totoo, Mr. President, na yung pag-single out sa kanila bilang potential criminals ay makaka-deter sa pagresolba ng mga krimen. Marami po mga riders tayo, Mr. President, mag-asawa, ihahatid sa trabaho, yung babae, nagdadrive yung lalaki. Minsan po ay yung anak ihahatid sa high school kasi pasukan pa ho ngayon, minsan mamamalengke. Hindi naman po sila kriminal, Mr. President. Marami ho ihahatid yung asawa pagkatapos magdi-deliver pa ng mga kasama po sila sa online delivery, mga disente po naghahanap buhay ng mga kababayan nating Pilipino. Pero hindi po dapat natin silang ituring na kriminal. Mr. President, ito po ay marami pa ho na aksidente. Kung makikita nyo kahit madaling araw, dahil po sa kakulangan natin sa effective or efficient means of transportation, they resorted to buying motorcycles. Hindi po sila kriminal, Mr. President. So, ito pong datos nito ay magpapatunay na napakababang bahagdan ang naging riding in tandem buhat po sa datos galing po sa Philippine National Police, Mr. President.
Oo nga. Opo. Ito pong Ginoong Pangulo, sa loob po ng registered motor vehicles na 1.4 million,
Opo.
132 lang po ba? Tama po ba? Ang involved sa crimes? Parang...
Opo, 132 ang involved sa crime. At yung pong gumamit ng motorsiklo na kriminal ay 57 lang po, Mr. President.
Bali po, ang sinasabi niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, ay
Meron po kasi...
ito po ang sapat.
Opo, meron
Sapat
po
na
kasi-
dahilan po ito para baguhin natin.
Yes.
Baguhin natin ang doble plakado o ang RA 11235.
Opo, Mr. President. Meron po kasi yung datos dito, yung motorsiklo ay na-involve sa crime. Meron po kasi mga motorsiklo na ninakaw. Meron po mga motorsiklo na hiniram na hindi na sinuli.
Yung direct participation po na riding in tandem,
Yung riding
ilan lang po?
tandem ay 57 lang po, Mr. President.
57?
Opo, 50.
Sa 1 million, 1.4 million, 57 lang ang involved,
Opo.
pero nagkaroon po tayo ng mapaniil na batas.
Yun na nga po.
Naku.
Kaya nga po ang hinagpis ng ating mga rider ay mabago yung batas dahil ito po ay mapaniil sa kanila and they were profiled, they were discriminated upon, and it resulted into several cases. And Mr. President, idagdag ko rin na dahil po dito, ang Land Transportation Office ay sinuspend yung implementation ng batas na ito, yung IRR ng batas na ito dahil wala naman po silang plaka maibigay din.
Ibig niyo po sabihin, yung po bang issue noon na may backlog sa plaka, hanggang ngayon po ba meron may problema yan sa mga motorsiklo?
Yes, Mr. President, the records would show na millions po yung backlog, Mr. President, ng plaka. Ang backlog po as of last week, February 29, 2024, is 10,530,580. I repeat,
Ilan po doon, Mr. President, ang motorsiklo? Diyan po sa 10 million.
Lahat po yan, motorsiklo.
Lahat po yun, motorsiklo.
10 million plates po ito.
Ibig,
10,530,580 plaka.
With the indulgence of the sponsor,
Yes,
may
Senator
we recognize?
Exodus is recognized.
Yes, I'd like to confirm that the current backlog of motorcycle plates currently is about 10.4 million, as mentioned by the sponsor, and motor vehicle plates is about 2 million. So yan po ang backlog ngayon at present, and that's why, Mr. President, one of the reasons that I authored this measure, I think it is more important for crime prevention that all motorcycles will be given their plate numbers already. Ang problema nga ngayon ay yung 10 million na po ang backlog at pataas to ng pataas taon-taon, kung dodoblehin pa natin, mas tatagal pa before we can give all motorcycles plate numbers. At sa tingin ko, when we talk about crime prevention, it is more important to have identities or plate numbers for all motorcycles kasi wala naman sigurong gagamit ng sariling motor sa krimen. So that is one of the rationale why we want this amendment, because we want to have most of the motorcycles their plate numbers already. Kasi nga kung dodoble pa natin, mas tatagal pa. Thank you, Mr. President.
I definitely agree with the main author of this measure, a rider himself, na inambisyon natin yung dalawa, hindi nga natin maibigay yung isang plaka.
Opo. Mahal na Pangulo, gusto ko lamang pong linawin. 1.4 million yung registered. At meron tayong 10 million plus na unregistered. So lumalabas po yun, kung tama po halos sumobra po ng 11 million ang motor. Tama po ba, Mr. President?
I'm also as confused as the gentleman from Nueva Ecija. Ang unregistered po na motor sa aking datos po simula nung 1981 hanggang 2024, at kung ima-minus po yung registered nitong from 2023 to 2024 ay lumalabas na 21,500,000. Ganong kalaki po, Mr. President, ang hindi rehistradong motorsiklo sa aking datos po, Mr. President. And this can be corrected by marami kasi, Mr. President, na nag-register nung una pero eventually nung pandemic hindi na rin nag-register. So lumobo po talaga yun, Mr. President. Yung iba naman hindi na nagrehistro kasi isa po sa dahilan ay yung napakagulo na ho nung proseso. Ilan ba talaga ang plaka? Isa o dalawa? So nawalan din po dito ang gobyerno ng revenue kasi hindi na rehistro yung marami. Plus, it is more attractive for criminals. Mas lalo pong naging mitsa ng mga criminally minded kasi yung kasabay nila sa kalye, walang plaka, wala na rin silang plaka. So how can law enforcers themselves really monitor what's going on in our busy thoroughfares, Mr. President?
Mahal na Pangulo, meron lang po akong tanong. Kung ganito po yung nagiging suliranin patungkol sa registered, unregistered, may plaka, may backlog, ano po ba ang status ng doble plaka law ngayon? Ano pong status nitong law na ito? Kung ganito.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I have mentioned, since July 1, 2020, the Land Transportation Office issued a memorandum deferring the implementation of this law. But the postponement of the implementation would not necessarily mean that the Land Transportation Office would stick to the original one plate policy. So nakapending lang po yon kasi nga hindi rin sila makaprovide ng plaka. Kaya hinold na nila yung implementation noong Republic Act 11235, which is administratively hard for them to implement because they cannot cope up with the demand coming from motorcycles to be registered. So, ini-stop na muna nila. So, hindi rin na-implement po itong doble plaka.
Opo, kasi mahal na Pangulo, kung meron tayong batas na hindi naman ma-implement, eh dapat po siguro talagang baguhin.
I
Sapagkat
totally
para
agree.
saan pa yan?
Opo, I totally agree. Kasi hindi na natin kayang, ulitin ko po, hindi na natin mabigyan ng plaka yung isa, yung dalawa pa.
Opo.
At saka po, Mr. President, kahit hindi nyo pa, alam ko naman, rider po kayo, eh yung motorsiklo po, hindi naman designed to have a plate number in front. Wala hong lagayan doon kasi parang sa pinaka-fork po ng motorsiklo, ay meron lang pong bar at nandun yung headlight sa harap. At hindi ko alam kung saan ikakabit po doon yung plaka. Kasi shock absorber na ho yun nasa harapan.
Opo. Meron din po bang issue ang ating mga riders patungkol po doon sa safety ng riders po? Meron din po bang issue dyan patungkol po doon sa full force wind blast? Siyempre, tumatama sa mukha mo yan di ba ho?
Tama po, Mr. President. Kayo po, Your Honor, bilang isang rider din, hindi naman siguro kayo papayag na yung isang plaka na halos kasi lakay na nitong bond paper na ito, ay nando sa harap ninyo na baka pag lumuwag yung tornilyo, lipa rin at tumama pa sa inyong harapan o baka tumama sa inyong leeg na maingay po. Aerodynamically, it might not be suited for a rider aware that something might happen, baka lumipad o baka makatama sa iba. So, para po sa kanila, parang delikado daw po yung plaka sa harapan, baka bigla na lang lumipad.
Opo, mahal na Pangulo, sa katotohanan po, ako po ay isa sa mga rider na umaasa na magkaroon ng pagbabago sa batas na ito sapagkat hindi po ito talaga nakatulong sa anumang usapin. Kaya kung ito po ang sinasabi mismo ng LTO na hindi nila ma-implement, siguro po, mahal na Pangulo, siguro po talagang dapat nang baguhin ang doble plaka law. Yun lamang po ang aking mga katanungan bilang isang rider. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor, at napakahalaga po ng inyong mga tanong at ito po bilang isang rider ay nagpapatotoo na napakahirap pong ipatupad ang isang batas na hindi talaga kayang ipatupad. So dito po sa aspetong ito ay naniniwala po ako na kailangan talagang amyandahan yung batas, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues.
Salamat.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2555. I so move, Mr. President.
I just want to ask Senator Tolentino. Senator Tolentino, is the good gentleman a rider?
Yes, Mr. President.
Motorcycle or bicycle?
Yes, Mr. Both, Mr. President.
Oh.
I used to ride a Moto Guzzi before. I had an accident involving a Virago before. I used to ride old school po tayo, Honda Steed before. So, Mr. President,
Alam ko, you are you like vintage bicycles. Dapat yung unicycle, yung malaking goma sa harap, maliit sa likod.
a Moto Guzzi, Mr. President, a Moto Guzzi is a vintage big bike, Mr. President.
Bagay sa yun.
It was used by the Mussolini forces during World War II.
Oh, wow.
Yung Moto
Galing,
Guzzi
galing.
po.
All right. Thank you very much for that information.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Bongo.
With the indulgence of this good sponsor, I agree with the proposed measure. At nakita ko kanina, 57 po yung
There's a motion I didn't act.
naiulat na yung crime related, no? Sa totoo lang, I agree with that, no? Na ang criminal naman ay intentionally hindi naglalagay ng plaka. Hindi tayo dapat maging discriminatory sa mga motorcycle riders at wag natin silang pahirapan pa. imbis na makatulong pa sana yun sa imbis na makatulong pa sana yun sa batas, no? Naging pahirap pa ito sa ating mga riders. At marami po akong narinig na mga hinaing dyan. I agree with Senator JB Ejercito. Dapat mag-focus na lang tayo sa maayos na registration. Having said that, Mr. President, may I request to be recorded as co-author of this proposed measure. At another question lang po sana. How about the three-wheel? Yung three-wheel, kasama siya rito sa ibabalik sa one ano na lang.
Kasama po,
one plate.
Mr. President, that is a variant of the original motorcycle, yung two wheels. So, magiging isa na rin po sa likod. But,
So, regardless of three-wheel, di ba kasi may three-wheel na isang gulong, dalawa sa likod.
yes.
So, isang plaka na lang saan ilagay?
Sa likod po, Mr.
Sa likod.
President.
Paano yung dalawang gulong sa harapan, yung Can-Am, isang gulong sa likod?
Sa likod din po, Mr. President.
Kahit na baliktad yung gulong niya.
Opo, Mr. President. I used to have a, Mr. President, I know what the good gentleman from Davao is referring to. I used to have a three-wheel likewise, parang dalawa po sa harap, isa sa likod. It's called Piaggio. It's an Italian big bike na sinasabi po ni the gentleman from Davao is a Can-Am. Para
Can-Am.
pong nakaupo na lang yon.
Parang kotse na kasi po siya yung specs niya, Mr. President. Parang kotse na, pag iharurot mo, para ng kotse yung takbo niya eh.
Yeah.
Dalawang malaking gulong sa harapan, isa sa likod. Ito yung Can-Am.
Opo.
Ang makina niya around 1,300 po yata, no? Laking makina rin, parang kotse na rin. So isang plaka lang siya.
Isang plaka rin po.
Sa likod.
Sa likod po.
So kung sa harapan naman yung three-wheel, katulad ng mga Harley Davidson, isang gulong sa harapan, dalawa sa likod.
Sa likod din
pa
po,
rin.
Mr. President.
Okay, cleared po.
Salamat po, Mr. President. And we're more than willing to have the good gentleman from Davao as a co-sponsor of this measure, Mr. President.
Thank you. And we'd like to recognize once again Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Opo, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo. Meron lang pong phone-in question ang ating mga riders. Pagka ito daw pong batas ay nabago, yun daw po bang pinag-iinitan sila ng checkpoint lagi ay mababago na rin? Kasi yun daw po ang kanilang isang hinaing din. Lagi daw po silang biktima ng checkpoint. At yung mga checkpoint daw po, madalas, ay ang tinatanong yung tungkol dyan sa plaka. Opo.
Definitely, Mr. President. The principal sponsor, the rider himself, Senator Ejercito would like to do.
Yes, Mr. President, if I may answer that.
Yes, please proceed.
In this amendment to the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act, we introduced the use of RFID in front of every motorcycle. In fact, the LTO is already implementing this, that the RFID contains all the information about the motorcycle, the plate number, the owner, the driver's license, everything else, so that in checkpoints, hopefully, we will just have to fund in the future the acquisition of scanners for policemen and those who will man the checkpoints, and the establishment of a control center, no? So that it will be more convenient this time. Kung meron pong halimbawang ninakaw na motorsiklo, it will be just reported to the command center. Magre-red alert na po yun. Pag-scan po nun, makikita kagad. And also for the riding community, kasi minsan nakakaawa po, no? Talagang they feel the discrimination. Every time there's a checkpoint, all the four wheels mostly pass, talagang dumadaan na. Pero pag mga motor, minsan 30-40 minutes po silang naka-hold, no? Chine-check po lahat ng documentation, ORCR, license. So it's very inconvenient. At the same time, kawawa din yung law enforcers natin, nakakaduling hong magbasa ng ORCR at lisensya ng napakaraming motor. So hopefully, with the introduction of the RFID system, this will make it more convenient for law enforcers who are manning the checkpoints. It will be anti-discriminatory also for riders. So kasi pag ginanon yun, pag green, go lang ng go. So yung may problema lang, yung magpupula, that will be the only motorcycle or vehicle that will be stopped. So yun po yung introduction po natin, yung RFID system.
Thank you.
Okay, maraming salamat po uli sa ating mahal na senador, Senator JB. at Senator Francis Tolentino. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat,
Mr.
Senator.
President, I
Yes,
agree
sir.
with Senator JV, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kawawa naman. Ako nakikita ko talaga checkpoint, ang haba dyan, nakapila sila. Tapos yung iba may bit-bit pang mga bata, no? Nadidistorbo talaga yung mga law-abiding mga motorista natin. Maganda po yung suggestion na through RFID na po. Nakita naman natin ngayon sa mga skyways, mabilis na. Ang atin dito is maging convenient po ito sa ating mga motorista. At ako po'y naniniwala na yung 57 dyan na mga kriminal, kung meron ka talagang criminal mind at meron ka intention na krimen, hindi mo ilalagay yung plaka mo eh. Bihira pong maglagay ng kadalasan. Kita nyo pag nahuli, puro walang plaka. At hindi nila nilalagay yung plaka. So I agree with a good author, no, atin sa good sponsor din po. Agree po ako na isang plaka na lang talaga. Huwag na natin pahirapan pa ang ating mga kababayan. Dahil napakatagal na po nitong issue ng backlog ng plaka. Kung hindi nga natin sila mabigyan ng dalawang plaka, tapos ngayon huhulihin sila. Bakit wala kang plaka sa likod? Maraming tanong pa sa kanila. Huwag na natin pahirapan. Mas marami pong law-abiding citizens ang bayan natin. Thank you, Mr. President.
Actually, my dear colleagues, parang ano lang yun licensed firearms, di ba? Magkakaroon ng gun ban. Siyempre yung licensed firearms, takot mahuli yun kasi law-abiding naman sila. Yung problema yung krimen, nagdadala talaga ng illegal firearms na unregistered para magnakaw, magmaril, mag-assassinate and all that. So it's just the same. Itong mga riding in tandem, gagawa talaga ng paraan yan para gumawa ng krimen. But the 1 million or more riders ang perwisyo. So I agree with your positions. Yung nga lang, Senator JV, kasi you are our advocate here, meron tayong batas on helmets. I'd like to put on record sa amin sa Mindanao, except for Davao City, dahil hinuhuli talaga, walang nag-helmet mga tao doon. Diyos ko sa amin, sa Bukidnon, sa probinsya, si Misamis Oriental, walang naka-helmet. One time, nag-joke nga po ako, papunta ako ng isang municipality doon from Cagayan de Oro to Misamis Oriental. Binilang namin, yung ilan lang yung naka-helmet. So the whole duration, pagpunta po, 35 minutes yung travel namin to Lagumlong from Cagayan de Oro. Ang nabilang lang namin, tatlong motor out of the hundreds of motor na naka-helmet. So sabi ko, we have a helmet law. So I hope that the riders also are watching now, are also responsible kasi para sa kanila din yun eh. Ilang tao ng mga anak ng aking mga trabahante sa negosyo, pupunta sa akin, umiiyak, wala silang pambayad dahil na-aksidente yung anak, dahil walang helmet. And then nasa comatose or nasa ospital at kailangan ng tulong dugo dahil nga walang helmet. So I hope that we can also apply I know it's very difficult to implement the RFID, but I think what is important is it's also apply safety, motorcycle safety for our consuming or the riding public. Dapat naka-helmet po sila. So, yun lamang po. And we'll go back to the previous motion of the good gentleman, the Deputy Majority Floor Leader, to suspend consideration on the matter if there are no other opinions on this. There being no objection to his motion, the said bill is now suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2386. This bill pertains to the Real Property Valuation Assessment Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize again the sponsor of the measure for his individual amendments.
We'd like to recognize once again Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, our distinguished sponsor, hopefully for the final amendments to this measure. We can then now approve it on second reading. And proceed, please proceed.
Gagawin pa namin ang speaking line.
Ganun na. Basahin ko na dito.
Dito na lang. Basahin nyo na lang February.
Oh, dito na gawin. Huwag mo na i-place dyan.
Kung sa amin, sa
Dito lang naman.
Section pa naman. Basahin na ang buong section.
Hindi. Pasok ko na dito. Pasok mo na dito.
Sir, hiwa-hiwalay kasi siya. Oo. Kasi ibang lines na po siya dun sa bills na bill natin na amendment.
Eh di, ano mo na lang dyan. Dictate mo na lang. Dictate, hanapin mo sa bill and then i-dictate mo na lang.
Page 14,
Oo.
tayo nila lang. Pwede with SMB.
Just dictate it. Para mabilis.
Bigyan na lang ako.
Oo. I-abot mo lang sa akin.
Susulat na lang namin dito.
I-abot mo lang dyan. Dyan na, dyan na.
Diyan na. Para mag-guide.
Tayong
Continue,
Yes,
proceed.
yes, go ahead.
Yes,
sorry,
I recognize you already, Your Honor.
Sorry,
Sorry,
Mr.
it's
President.
suspended.
And
because-
that was suspended as well, Mr. President.
No,
So,
no, it's, please proceed, Your Honor.
ready to, all right, Mr. President, on page 2, line 1, after the word practices, period, delete the phrase towards this end, the state shall, colon. So move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, amendment is accepted.
On page 2, after line 1, insert a new section, which shall read section 3, purposes. This act aims to, colon, and transfer subsection A to H from section 2 to this new section. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to amendment, amendment is approved.
On page 13, line 9 to 21, delete the last sentence. The Secretary of Finance shall promulgate the rules and regulations for the valuation of real property pursuant to the provisions of this act, period. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 14, line 3, delete the words valuation standards and replace it with PVS. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
On page 14, line 4, before the word rules, insert the word and other. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 14, line 4, before the word specification, delete the word other. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On
On page 14, line 21, it says the word approval of or disapproval.
Ito na yun? Okay. Watch out yung mga malilitan. On page 14, line 21, replace the word approval or disapproval with review. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Ito. On page 14, line 22, after the words proposed SMV, insert the words is. Insert the word is. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 14, line 22, replace the words approve or disapprove with the word certify that. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Amendments approved.
On page 14, line 23, delete the words endorsement of and replace it with proposed SMV from. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
24?
Okay.
Okay. So on page 14, line 24, replace the semicolon after the acronym BLGF with period. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 14, line 24, delete the words otherwise, comma. The proposed SMV shall be deemed approved and replaced with in the absence of action by the Secretary of Finance within the specified period, comma, the existing SMV shall remain in effect. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
In line of one. Okay, Papa. Ito na lang po sa for page.
Sure kayo.
Ako, sir. Ang ganda. Kasi meron pa lang po. Kaya tama po yan, sir.
Okay. On page 15, line 4, delete the words for the disapproval of the SMV and replace with specifying the standards not complied with colon, provided, comma, that the Secretary of Finance shall not exercise control over the content of the SMV. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Well,
You missed out written explanation on the beginning, or you really deleted that?
that-
Okay,
Yeah, Mr. President, after the review, this is not necessary anymore.
okay. There being no objection, amendments approved, subject to style.
Tama tayo. Okay tayo, ah. Check yan. On page 15, line 5, replace the words such letter of disapproval with the words the written explanation. And so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Okay. On page 15, line 5, replace the word it with the words he or she. So move, Mr. President. That's not in the guide, Mr. President.
Okay.
That's an
There being no
additional.
objection, amendments approved.
On page 15, line 7, delete the word further and replace with furthermore. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 5, line 10,
15, page
Uh,
15.
sorry, in page 15, line 10, replace the words 7 with 10 and its numerical equivalent. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved, subject to style.
On page 15, line 10, replace the phrase, the resubmitted SMV shall be deemed approved with the existing SMV shall remain in effect. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
So far, okay.
On page 18. Oh, okay na.
On page 18, line 13, replace the words internationally accepted with international. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
We go to page 22. Page 22, line 16 to 17, delete the clause, comma, including special education fund, comma, idle tax, comma, idle land tax, comma, and other special levies on real property, comma. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 22, line 19, after the word act colon, insert provided, comma, that the cap shall be applicable to each type of real property tax, comma, including special education fund, comma, idle tax, comma, idle land tax, comma, and other special levies in real property, colon. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved, subject to style.
And page 22, line 19, after the word provided, comma, insert further, comma. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Wala na, no? Okay. Mr. President, just as a manifestation on the rationale, the amendment is to clarify the intent to include in the cap all types of real property taxes that are based on the SMV. And this was pointed out by our good minority leader to specifically clarify in the bill that the cap applies to the different type, to each different type of real property taxes.
Thank you very much.
That's it, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Thank you.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that the approve on second reading Senate Bill
Oh,
number.
we close muna the period of amendments. Yeah. Sorry.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to close the period of interpolation.
Amendments.
Amendment, sorry.
No problem. We're all tired. I'm sure the good gentleman is also as hungry as I am. Yes, individual amendments, there being objection, motion's approved.
Yes, Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that the approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2386. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, Senate Bill number 2386 under Committee Report number 99 is approved on second reading. Congratulations to distinguished colleague Senator Gatchalian, and of course to the Minority Floor Leader for masterfully crafting the measure from its original form to a better version now.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the
No,
journal of the
suspend.
15th.
Suspend muna.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the consideration of the measure.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 15th session, Monday, March 4, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, Senator Ligarda would like her co-sponsorship speech on Senate Bill number 2587, or EBET, to be inserted to the record.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, March 6, 2024.
There being no objection, the Senate is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, March 6, 2024. Have a good and safe evening, everyone.